Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Okay, set that there. That is not the right window. Here we go. Okay, so plan today is going to be to get some amount of work done on the North Horn. Principal reason being I want to make sure that I have the ability to make sure that our item level is high enough so that we can do what's it called? Third walk, Echoes of Vanadil, third raid next week at some point. So we're going to be progressing this today, which is probably good because my head is not in the right space to be doing story-related stuff. Although we are going to be doing some small amount of it. It's mostly just going to be running around and killing monsters, which is fine by me today. Okay. I did already check this, but I should check again. One, two, three, four. Riding map. Although the plan is to save 4,000, or basically save enough currency. We only need the silver for it to be able to buy these, or at least one piece of these. What will you see in these strange lands? Helmed by an imposing peak on all sides, this region appears to be isolated from the rest of the island. Katarama has much to discuss with you. Our goals here are twofold. Uncover the truth of the Occult Crescent and ensure the crew makes it home in one piece. Now, I reckon finding the island's architect is key to achieving both. Given that he'll be, or probably be held up in the Tower of Magic, finding a way in there should be our first order of business. According to our scouts, the fiends in this part of the island are a damn sight tougher than the beasties we've encountered so far. If you find yourself struggling, you best head back to the south for a spot of training. I should also mention that the surveyors have turned up some interesting new trinkets. Speak with the crew if that tickles your fancy. Oh, and don't forget to attune with the camp's aid for rights while you're here. My friend, I wish to have a quick word with you. Let me know once you've completed your preparations. Someone has provided location of carrot. There's marked location of carrots. We are going to first and foremost want to do a run around and grab all the Ephorites. We apparently didn't do this last time we were here. Fine. I was hoping we could discuss the soul shards. You know, those crystalline records of martial methods conceived by the 12 city-states of Eld. As you no doubt recall, I posit they would only function upon the island itself. Was my hypothesis correct? Part of me had wondered whether you in particular might be able to wield the shard's power beyond the wards. Evidently not. In truth, I've also been pondering the reason you were summoned here in the first place. If the voice you heard belongs to the island's architect, then seeking him out in the Tower of Magic ought to provide answers on that front too. In other words, the time has come to venture forth once more. I trust you fixed the soul shard on your person. They won't do anything languishing in the bottom of your bag. Katarama is ready and raring to explore. Back in the South Horn, the only way into the Forked Tower was by way of an etherical node that appeared during those all mirages. Assuming a similar node exists on this part of the island, we ought to look for a structure housing it. If my hunch is correct, there'll be a confluence connecting the tower nearby, so keep your eyes peeled. I'll also be taking a look around myself. I'll get in touch via Link Pearl if you find anything. Okay. So not even go and find specific survey points, just go and find stuff. In fact, it's giving me a location to go to. This helps. Before we head out, because we can. Oh yeah, I don't know if I mentioned, but I did manage to get one of the 3 additional shards that you get by way of the South Horn's critical engagements. I got the one from On the Hunt, I think it's called. And we should get that one leveled up today, which will bring us up to 3 maxed. Okay, where are we? We are here. There is in fact a fate straight out here, but I'm willing to bet that he'll be dead by the time we get there. And down it goes. If we hadn't taken a wrong turn, we could have made it in time. We're level 22. Okay, so these guys should ignore us. But more or less everything else will not. The destination for the quest is over this way, so we'll go clockwise round. We will tag every part of the map though. No reason not to. We don't have to worry about it being nighttime anytime soon either. Eyes open for chests and survey points. There's a boss arena. I don't want to stay up here. Where's that? Nowhere nearby. There is, however, a fate nearby here that we can go grab. Assuming anyone else comes to it. Okay, that is actually in the lower area, so we'll stay down here. Actually, we should grab the Aetherite first, in case something collapses. There's the tower. Can't actually see it like you could see the Tower of Blood unless it's behind that. There it is. Is it about to disappear? Now, while this does appear to be a confluence, the flow of ether is barely perceptible. Regardless of whether this location is actually linked to the Tower of Magic or not, Katarama will wish to hear of your findings. Well, it's definitely a confluence. And this structure is almost identical to the one on South Horn. I think it's safe to say it is where the etheric node ought to be. But something's not quite right. I'm not sure if arcane trickery is to blame, but this pavilion is completely inert right now. No point in us pondering out here, though. Let's head back to camp and see if we can't chip away the archive seals some more. And this is why we unlocked the teleport mode first. Katarama tells me you found a confluence by the pavilion. Hey, share more details. Judging by your account, I believe the confluence does indeed connect with the Tower of Magic. Ah, and there goes the familiar sensation of the seal eroding. Any idea why we can't use the etheric node? Several, but let me first touch upon the forked towers themselves. Over 1500 years ago, the island's architects foresaw a calamitous disaster and thus sought to preserve a facet of all civilization here on the Occult Crescent. But to do so would mean storing the very knowledge that imperiled the world in a single location. Measures to prevent its misuse would be essential. Hence the ward and all the storms and shade in the Shade Triangle. Precisely. And it is the forked towers that form the backbone of this approach. The Tower of Blood to project those deadly storms, and the Tower of Magic to maintain that impenetrable ward. Both undertakings require highly advanced techniques and near constant monitoring, which is why the towers are manned. As I said before, I believe it is the architect himself who resides in the Tower of Magic. So the towers are both conduits for all that magic, and humble abodes for the overseers. Seems like a lot of bother just to keep one tiny island hidden from prying eyes. A tiny island packed with potentially world-ending knowledge. Even prying eyes don't deserve to be trapped against their will. This is the... So you feel the same way? Either way, the Tower of Magic is the focal point of the ward. All of the island's etheric currents converge upon it. If the confluence you discovered is indeed so greatly diminished, we must assume all is not well within the island's ether. Thus begins our next investigation. The forked towers are the structures, or the largest structures in the island, and such, they also store the lion's share of knowledge and relics. The towers may have helped shape the Occult Crescent as we know it, but that is not the whole story. So, the island's etheric currents are in disarray. Come to think of it, the landscape here is completely different to what we saw down south. It feels warped, unnatural even. We ought to investigate what caused those changes. And I suggest we start by surveying multiple confluences. That should give us a clearer picture of what's happening at the etheric level. I've a mind to accompany you on your excursion. That way I can immediately share what the seal's undoing reveals at each site. No need to pay me any heed, though. In the interest of avoiding my untimely demise at the hand of some fell fiends, I shall follow stealthily at a safe distance. In that case, I'll stay put. I suggest you concentrate on searching the ruins in the area. Check for any anomalies. Big Phantasma. So they do have... Well, the tower is currently active, because I know that that will trigger something in the future. We may get given a location of something to go and find. Final fixed. Oh! that's the other component, or one of the two components for upgrading the gear we can get here. It says above, which means it's probably up here. You're a bit too close for combat. I need you to decide which direction you're moving next, thank you. Not even the ravages of time can dim the allure of Nemian intrigue or ingenuity. Of course, the Nem of my time was not so unconcerned with gravity. This strange, floating aspect was not an inherent feature of the city, though, having examined the confluence, the underlying phantom is clear. Excess wind energies have weakened the bond between buildings and ground, creating the landscape you see before you. Intriguingly, this result seems somehow intentional, but that's hardly aligns with the goal of actively preserving Fifth Astrosphere history. Alas, there's so much else to glean from this confluence. Let us seek out the other ruins. Okay. Carrot. Another carrot. Uh-oh. Came all the way up here and there's no need for me to be up here. It's a mimic. I thought I saw white text. Someone is asking for a pot timer. Yes. think the next confluence is basically down in front of us and to the right. $13, $15, $3. Some people have been busy. Class we're going to swap to next. It's Bard, isn't it? And you're Bard and Dancer because they both have abilities that we can use at the thingies. Those crystals to get ourselves extra buffs. Don't think we're going to be... Probably do Thief after that. I don't think we're going to be in a position to actually get more than one of these done today, but... We'll certainly get Knight level up. And touch wood, we'll get Bard's max level as well. And then it's just Dancer and we can start playing with the other ones. But that'll almost certainly be a task for me. There we are. Southeast. That is convenient. That massively restricts the number of locations that it can be. Far, far southeast. It is, however, in completely the wrong direction. far, far east. Something southwest. It's probably on the other side of this wall, but immediately southwest, which would put it here-ish. Just bronze. It's probably not going to be any slower just running back over there. What's the time? So somewhere around about it'll be 3 PM is when the next one will be. Somewhere in the north. Okay, yeah, we need to be over there. Can we get over there from here? No. In which case, north would we head? There is a way into here from there. On the aetherytes. And before we head in there, I don't think we're going to make it to there, given we need to attune. We only need one good hit. 50%, 54, 56. Okay, there, we'll make it in time. Okay, what we need is over there. That uncovers that part of the map. We're looking away. need to nip down there just to uncover that bit of the map. Something tells me we ought not linger here. Thankfully, I was able to examine several etheric flows en route, something that sapped the area's earth aspect energies, leading to a decline in the purifying potential of the soil, and a veritable mold invasion. Now I understand that the lost city of Amapur was likewise riddled with rot. Yet I find it difficult to believe that those molding forces could sweep as far as here. Not only is the North Horn isolated from the rest of the Isle, the Occult Crescent itself is miles away from the nearest port. Besides, if those foul spores had somehow spread here, I would expect the entire region to be infested. At least we are beginning to glimpse the sheer extent of the environmental decay. It is fortunate the nearby ether currents were still somewhat detectable. On that note, I suggest we take our leave of these streets before we ourselves sprout mouldy growths. More ruins await. There we go. Map uncovered. For speed and safety's sake. This one is quicker to do this way. Connect this, and then a fate is spawned over there. There's the way to the center. Mean. Very mean. Mind, you're making me move around too much. Annoying thing. Okay. We're near enough to this one here. We'll double back for the we'll double back for the one in the middle. You better be chill if I'm walking. Okay, this can be entered from either side. Okay, we'll head to the center and then uncover this area here. After that, we'll teleport from the center back. That has uncovered the entirety of the center. It's useful. Stay. Just in case we get booped, we'll attune now. And then that's all of them attuned, I think. On this occasion, I scarcely need to examine the confluence. It's all too clear the vicinity is being subsumed by the void. In ancient Machi, mages would infuse their ceremonial chambers with astral aspected ether to facilitate their summoning arts. But that's not to imply the city was overrun with summoned void scent. If this settlement lied in such a state, it can only mean one thing. My memory or my theories can wait, however. There are more runes to explore. Okay. I mean, the safer thing would be to teleport. Just return. Okay, the rest of the map explored. This sprawling structure bears all the hallmarks of the Scalian craftsmanship, but my eye is drawn to the extensive flooding. A surface of water aspected ether appears to have disrupted the area's natural balance. One of the crew told me that the ancient city of Scali now lies at the bottom of the loch, or bottom of the loch. I thought, though I state the obvious, it was not always so. The city's submerged state is the result of a calamitous flood, not some architectural quirk. In other words, if one sought a faithful reproduction of Scalic civilization as it stood in the Fifth Astral era, replicating the subsequent flood would be completely anachronistic. Close enough. Well, I've now seen enough to support my hypothesis. I imagine Kataran will wish to hear of it too. Let us return to the camp post-haste. I think we have one, maybe, may have a 2-3 more bits of the map to uncover. Come on, give me a carrot. Through here, there's also one there. This is the site of a battle. There are too many of these indoor areas along the edge that they've got to be used for something. There's a fate outside. one last area. It should be the entire map. This is the only bit that looks like it might be missing something, but I don't think we are. I think that's just the rendering the map. I should check. No, there is something there. We'll go over there in a minute. There's definitely something there. God damn it, I had to run past it because we got the attention of something. Okay. Timing wise, if North Pot's in 7 minutes. Okay, that's nice and close to that teleporter. Probably have more than enough time. It's 6 minutes now anyway. Sure, a lot of you. Could there potentially be less of you, please? Or maybe just less buildings for you to hide behind. You smoother floor to make it easier to get around. You are in absolutely the worst position. Is there another way up there? No, that is the only staircase up. Don't turn around. Okay, maybe it's access from the other side then? Comes down this way? Aha! Cave. There we go. I will have that treasure chest. We can wait. We are patient. Nothing. Okay, pots in 3 minutes. There's enough time. In theory, there's enough time. Depends on how many people went to The Beast Unleashed. I should have a look at Phantom Jobs to see if there's any fates associated with, or CEs associated with it here. perfectly timed. Okay. Far, far southeast. This is not the teleporter. Northeast. That could put it within the tunnel system. Far north. Okay. That should put it on this bit here. Out to the northeast. Did that go that way? Something south. Southeast. Silver. Better than a bronze. Oh, fortune cookie. Sorry, not fortune cookie, fortune carrot. We had a couple locations of carrots when we first arrived. Another carrot here. They're both to the south. It's 3 currency. gear is gone, by the looks of it. So they do move around, useful to know. Let's find the other location. There's a carrot. Nothing here. We do not have one of those yet. Oops. We can keep a hold of it until someone states they found everyone. I'm assuming they spawn inside buildings typically. My big concern is just I'm too low level to really be going around exploring for them on my own. So yeah, let's not worry about that. And while I remember, phantom jobs. Scroll. Dark artist and appealing behavior. Oh, right, yeah, this. Phew, that was quite the journey. I'm not sure I would have made it without you. Now, all the ruins we saw exhibited ethereal abnormalities. The Nimian remains now float skyward due to excess wind energies, and the Scalic structures was infused with water, while Ampor and Machi remains are beset by earth and astral aspected imbalances, respectively. I also sense the area surrounding the camp has been parched dry by an excess of fire aspected ether. In short, the etheric balance of the North Horn has completely collapsed. I believe the architect used this region to model the impact of such drastic etheric changes. The runes here met similar fates to their Eorzean counterparts. It's as if he intentionally replicated the wounds inflicted during the War of the Magi. To what end the architect conducted these experiments, I do not know. But these conditions stem from excess use of ether in accordance with each civilization's unique history. Perhaps disrupting the flow of ether to the Tower of Magic was part of his plan then. Not that I have the foggiest idea why he would want to prevent people get there. Nor have I. To jeopardize the precious remains of this fifth astral era in this way contradicts the island's very purpose. Regardless, if your theory is correct, I'm afraid we'll have a difficult time tracking down the tower via etheric flow. Though the fact the pavilion exists at all ought to provide some encouragement. Are you suggesting there may be an etheric node and means of activating it after all? I love a good mystery as much as the next fellow, but we're practically drowning in the bleeding things. Anyway, before we get solving them, I reckon we ought to take stock of what we've gleaned so far. I ordered the crew to continue investigating etheric currents in the area. While they're roaming around, I thought we might consider the mystery from a fresh angle. We've established that the Occult Crescent is a museum of sorts for the Fifth Astral Era, right? But here in the North Horn, these relics and ruins were deliberately meddled with, seemingly in the name of replicating latter calamities. Why so? Fortunately for us, there's someone right here who ought to know. Iris, why don't you tell us a little about your master? As previously stated, I am here to observe, nothing more. How about revisiting a conversation we already had then? You wouldn't begrudge me that, would you? When we first met, I asked the archive whether he summoned you. Did you remember that? Or do you remember that? You were adamant the wizened or wizened little wretch hadn't. Were you speaking truthfully? Indeed, that much was true. That much. In that case, it's a fair assumption Iris's master is the ultimate source of wisdom on the island, the architect. Now, my understanding is that a summoner and their familiars are usually bound by an etheric flow. Do you reckon we can leverage that to reach the tower somehow? Iris isn't the only one familiar, is she? Isn't the only familiar, is she? I suppose she isn't. We came across a fair few familiars while roaming down south, none of them particularly pleasant to mind. I'm sure the North Horn has its own fair share of summoned creatures. Inspecting the ether of any one of them could further our investigation. I might add that the denser their ether, the more information we stand to glean. Of course, such familiars tend to be rather formidable. Come to think of it, when I passed through the forest during our previous excursion, I spotted a large winged creature with a crest of green feathers. Perhaps you could seek them out. I'm guessing he means the wooded area north of the lake. Either way, sounds like a job for our resident fiend fella. Make sure you hack off a chunk of them for us to examine. You hear? The trophy which can speak can be obtained from a specific critical encounter. Okay. That is not the right one. Can I get there in time? Not a chance. Got to re-up our buffs. Now the grind begins. God, that was off-label cooldown. Should move that window further up, put it up here so I'm less likely to click it. Keep clicking it and moving it. That's going to kill me. An voice is nearby. see we need to pursue. I got a wee bit too close. I wasn't paying attention, I was looking at the map. That one very well may be dead before we get there. Well, there's no damage done to it yet. That's... I'm alive. I'm stoned, but I'm alive. Rainy Terror. I see. Knockbacks. Okay, so they cast faster. one of those is going to explode. Hey, that's that all. I doubt we can make it to pots before they finish it. No, it's 88% complete. It's not going to happen. Ain't no way that happens. Okay, swap over to VoD. Yep. They confirmed it for me. Wasn't happening. I think we should grab the riding map as soon as we can afford it. Because I do have today and tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow, but we have today and tomorrow to get what we need. That one I need. So we're not going to take the risk. This is the one for Quest. Lost in the Wind. And I entirely forgot about my new ability. Let's actually have a read of these. So, increases damage dealt by self and nearby opponents by 1%. Freezes time for all nearby enemies ready in an attack. 3 seconds. Grants Romeo's Ballad to self. And nearby party members and executed in proximity or knowledge crystal. Gradually restores own HP and HP of all nearby party members. Increases maximum HP by 20% and restores the amount increased. Increases damage dealt and healing potency of self and nearby party members for 10 seconds while reducing damage taken by 10% for 10 duration. 2 minutes cooldown. 5-second recast, 15-second recast. 2 minutes. Okay. I have a second to do some things. I have iLvl open in the background. They updated things. There's new stuff. Okay, we have enough for that now. Saving that for now. Saving that for now. That and that. Yeah, no, that's fine. That attack. Damn it. Back. Isn't off cooldown. At least the tornadoes themselves don't appear to do too much damage. Should go off before it comes into the centre. Yeah, the attack doesn't have a name. That's what kept throwing me. There's not a cast bar for that attack, it just goes. Okay. Don't forget to bring back a sample. We need to share some physical remnants. There we go. Oh, what a handsome horn. Now, let's see if its etheric signature reveals. This trophy is wreathed in startlingly dense ether. The beast must have ranked highly among the architect's familiars. What was it doing when you found it? The clearing was strewn with cages. I'd wager they were kidnapping people and imprisoning them in the forest. That might explain why we never came across any survivors from those wrecks. One thing is clear though, the ether emanating from the horn bears a different signature to that of Iris. I cannot say for certain, but whoever called forth that creature didn't summon her. Are you suggesting there's someone on this side beside the architect? There's someone in the other tower. We established this. Or mayhaps we're dealing with multiple masters. What do you think? Perhaps the stewardship of the island changes hands? And my architect may have transformed in the intervening centuries. I mean, it's possible it changes hands, otherwise they would be very, very old. You already know this island is home to knowledge most dangerous. I sense that you may be capable of taking that knowledge beyond these shores. Thus, I ask you, what do you truly seek from your encounter with the architect? I wish to see this island function as a museum once more. If he would use this knowledge indiscriminately, I intend to vanquish him. We know that he doesn't. Or at least we assume he doesn't. Something or someone summoned us here. We've no reason to believe that he or whoever the architect is, intends to use the knowledge for ill. We wish to see the island function as a museum once more. Just as I expected. You've learned much, or I've learned much about you during my quiet vigil. In that case... Forgive me, I have chosen to help the adventurer, regardless of my orders. What are you talking about? Why apologize to me? That head of yours really is devoid of all knowledge. Before you assumed your current guise, it was you who summoned me. It's news to it. There is a CE currently active. When is it? Familiar Tactics does not apply to a drop crystal. I'm just as perplexed as the rest of you. Hopefully Iris designs to shed more light on the matter. I understand that I do not disobey my orders lightly. I wish to speak further, away from the clamour of this camp. Pray, meet me by the fountain in your phantom village. Okay, we have to leave. Thank you for coming. You might be intrigued to hear that this place was modelled on a port town in my master's native Nim. Perhaps that's why I feel so at peace here. I hate to make further demands, but might we at least enjoy the scenery while we talk? I have no end of questions, but for now I shall listen. My master was a revered Nimian scholar. Such was the depth and breadth of his learning, that to those around him he was simply known as the Archive. Fearing that the War of the Magi would bring the world to ruin, he crossed the seas to the Occult Crescent, intending to preserve some small part of civilization from the all-consuming destruction. The Archive summoned me to keep record of his project. My orders were simple. Observe developments as they unfolded. And thus I watched you set about preserving all that you could. Your respect and affection for mankind's endeavour never wavering. As work progressed, my master resolved to construct the forked towers and thereby protect the island, or the isle. Initially, he himself oversaw their maintenance. I can still picture him now, ensconced in all that worldly knowledge, eyes glistening with satisfaction. Yet there was something else in that gaze, the faintest hint of loneliness. One day, I asked him whether he had ever used the dangerous knowledge locked within the towers. Ah, there goes the seal again. I can remember my response clearly. I have, to near terrible ends. Some knowledge is better left unproven. And you remain true to that belief, never again wielding the dread techniques you chose to preserve. Eventually, you decided to give your wisdom physical form, an entity that might maintain the forked towers long after your eventual death. Little did you know that that decision would manifest. A duplicate? A void sent? A void sent duplicate? As you began to transfer your knowledge to the summoned form, you were seized by a flicker of doubt. Preserving such precious scholarship without utilizing it, even once, would that not be an utter waste? Or so you pondered for a brief moment. The merest flicker was all it took for that sentiment to bleed into the incantation, and by the time you realized, it was already too late. gushing font of knowledge flow forth and take form. But wait. Were I to partake of this font just the once? No! I am Index, knower of all things. With the world's wisdom at my disposal, my power is unbounded. Curses, my momentary lapse tainted the incantation. I must begin the ritual anew. Good grief. What is this hideous form? I ought to know. I have placed a seal upon your knowledge, lest you attempt some foolish intervention. I must not give in. Down they go. Ye deserved, heed my call. Let not this knowledge be used for ill. Though my instructions were clear, I could not bear to watch while your life hung in the balance. And so I rushed to your aid, though, in the end, there was little I could do. The memories are flooding back. Filled with despair, barely clinging to life, I somehow made it here, to the sarcophagus. My notion that I fled from overseers to quarantine must have stemmed from confusion. Magically induced or otherwise. All this time, shielded by blissful ignorance, it is sobering to learn what I have wrought. We're near the end of my tale. I have but a few memories left. Where are they? Up top. As my master lay stricken and slumbering, the Index seized control of the forked towers. With none to oppose him, he began to explore what futures might await the civilizations of the Fifth Astral Era. You've all seen the results of that experiment. Wind roars, wars surged, pestilence spread, and the Voidsent claimed the land. In time, the Southern Horn will suffer the same fate. Plants will perish, or birdsong will cease. He would usher in everlasting decay. I cannot accept that future. This island was supposed to be a monument to mankind's thirst for knowledge, not some grim reminder of their folly. Which is why I need your help. I offer my head gladly, but what of your orders? We have nothing to fear in that regard. After all, it was my master who called you here. Ah, of course. The voice you heard during your voyage must have been an echo of my desperate plea. Iris, for the last 1500 years, you've upheld your lonely vigil. Forgive me. Would that I had known I'd be condemning you to such a fate. At least my watch wasn't in vain. We count on you, Iris and I. You must find a way to the Tower of Magic and lay low the Index once and for all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for listening to my tale. It is like radiant sunlight has pierced through the mist. My noggin is fogged no more. Kataram is eager to return to the field. Having heard Iris's tale, it's doubtlessly clear we need to find a way to the Tower of Magic. Let's head back to the northern base camp. With any luck, the crew will have something to share about their etheric investigations. I'll take the quick route if you don't mind. Okay, there's battles currently underway. That's fine. What's the time? Okay. "17 minutes-ish south, so over there. We have time. I'm afraid I know nothing of the ethereal confluences. I am now quite certain the Index intentionally rendered the etheric flow to the tower unusable. Just in time, the crew have turned up some startling details about the etheric flows. We know the abnormalities are caused by the ambient ether being imbalanced, don't we? Well, it seems there's more to play. Or more at play. According to me crew, there are beasties in the North Horn that give off etheric energies powerful enough to mess with the confluences. We can't do a damn thing about the state of the island's ether, but we can see about felling a few of those fiends. That ought to restore the balance somewhat. And give us access to the tower's ethereal nodes. I'll mark where the beasties were last seen prowling on your map. Reckon you could give them a good seeing to? One clobbering for a bunch of beasties coming up. I see 3, and that's annoying. Appalling behaviour is currently active, which is the 3rd. %60-odd. 80%. We might get an attack. not quite. Freezes time for nearby enemies ready in an attack. So, only really useful for basic enemies then. What's in 10? Yeah, 2050. Another 1,000 we can get right in that. One to say it's here. It's either here or here. Push button. Teleport to the next map. Go to here. Upgrade that. 1, 2, 3. That's something I forgot to do with the other outpost that we just made. Click that. Connect you to that. There we go. Operations error. Hang on. Why do they keep him stuck? And there. That one I have no excuse for. Ooh, we got lucky there. You were looking the other way. Don't mean you're a ghost. Thought they were looking the other way. Nope, already dead. You spawned too close to that thingy, in my opinion. Oh bollocks, we should have gone to pots. Any way we make it to pots in time. That isn't the sea we need. God damn body blocking the teleporter. We can try. The rest of our party is over there. We don't head the wrong direction. It's easier said than done in this place. With all of its walls. And there's already done. Need a reminder. Appalling behaviour and dark artistry. That's fine. Wasn't there something I needed to do on Galactic Tycoon? Right, yes. Redirect my shuttle to the last exploration targets. You look vaguely familiar. Tail. Informed us where there was a carrot. Side of the building. Very nice. Okay, that's enough for riding map. Among other things. Okay, and now we need to be saving. I only summon a shard. I'm gonna get one of them. May as well get them in order. They're more expensive. Ooh, familiar tactics. This was one of them, wasn't it? Actually, no, I don't think it was. Appalling behavior, dark artillery. These are the two we care about. Well, that and any of the actual required for main quest ones. I assume I already have one of those. Only I don't. You go into the dresser. Maybe so do all of the materia. Not that it's been giving me particularly useful materia yet. Tabbing out a second again. Just confirming I did in fact do something. Yep. Rank 2, yep, that's fine. Yep. 12 more upgrades for the next thing. Let's boost our damage to the rats. 5 more upgrades. Unfamiliar. I can knock that to come in. Terrible place for him to be, I think, maybe, I don't know. %, 25%, 35%, 45%, 50% ain't happening. That ain't happening. Okay, another 10 minutes until next pots. I'm going to take a break actually. I need to go to the toilet, so I may as well go a little early and refresh my mug of tea. So I will actually be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. I will see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Let me just check something. Let me do a thing. If I'm going to be tabbing back and forth between this, I may as well have it attached. I need window capture. New window capture. Capture that one. And I need you to... Title must match. Rename. There we go. Bollocks. That is not what I wanted to see. That is the critical engagement required for the mission, which means we're going to miss. We're going to miss pops again. Because that's going to take 2 minutes to go. And it's going to take probably 3-4 minutes to, or more than 3-4 minutes to beat, I'd imagine. More people have realised they can come. It's right nearby, there's no reason not to do this one. Okay. You're not taking damage fast enough. There's literally going to be a room full of people here that could have been helping with this. They could have easily been dead by now if you had just gone a little bit further and helped. Lazy arses. Okay, yeah, pots are in 2 minutes' time. Well, probably closer to 3 minutes' time, but still, ain't happening. If I didn't need this one, I wouldn't bother with it, but we need it. This one is quite a way. By the looks of it, 2 of the 3 we want are ones that give soul shards. get back into the habit of just always assuming they will hit the other side at the same time. You're moving once. I can't just trust the tanks. The tanks don't know what they're doing half the time. The tanks are just YOLOing it because they can. The likelihood we make it to pots is almost 0. But it isn't done yet. Up here. Oh, damn it, pots again. In terms of far northwest. Pots we want, no. What I mean is we got another field note for pots. We already have that. So it's far to the northwest, which means it's probably... it might be on the other side. immediately southwest. North. Just a bronze, hardly worth the effort. That is not one we need, but this instant feels empty. Is that because everyone's in tower? There's 40 players around. So yeah, most of them are in the tower, that's why. Restores own HP and HP nearby allies, also increases maximum HP. There's an underground, North Basin, subterranean. Dark territory. Where would the entrance to that be? I need to have another look around that. Maybe I have to get down and underneath. My turn. Is it always the fourth one? Damn you. away long enough to not be able to back attack. Ah, damn it, I forgot. Using any other GCD other than that cancels it. Currently anything active. The subterranean must be... Well, why call it subterranean? It's the tower. It has to be the tower, although I don't know why the map itself is listed as subterranean. Why is... The change in music must be indicative of something. Yeah, the people in the tower have come out of the tower. So they all go off at the same time. Fair enough. I may have actually been fine where I was, just the tank decided to go the other direction. We have enough time for another bait. I don't think we have time for critical engagement before pots. So it'll depend on which CE spawns. And when it spawns, probably more importantly. Oh, it's this one. Away from. Should be south box. In before CE spawns, and it is specifically one of the ones we actually need. It is not. Forbidden folly. We can relatively safely ignore it. Double trouble, appalling behaviour. Appalling behaviour is one of the ones that has the... I don't think it was double trouble quarried away. I've already forgotten. Dark artistry. This is why it's a good job that we're doing this today. My brain is not running on any cylinders whatsoever. Someone forgot to put the petrol in. Doop, doop. Sorry, just redirecting ships in Galactic Tycoons. They added new things. You got an update today. Steady progress. We did get a crystal tower, or Ceres tower rather. We've only done 2 days worth, so we've still got more or less 2 weeks left. Oh, we already have enough golden orbals for the second. Oh, that's why the music keeps shifting. It's shifting because our party is in combat. It's just that the party's not all together. Okay. Far southeast. I wonder if it's in the same place it was last time. There's actually a limited number of spots that they can spawn in. It's just happened to give me the same one twice. If that's the case, then it should be. Yeah. Far south. Probably not far enough south, but we'll get a better bearing. Something far south, I think. It is far enough south. something south. Down there, probably. Southeast. Not getting a double. That happens to be nearby. It is also almost dead. Okay, should be enough for our other gold. Shard. Can be upgraded to +3, but it's still 780, so it's never going to be as good unless there's a further upgrade to it. It's never going to be as good as tome gear, upgraded tome gear specifically, which I think should be 790. If I can, I'd like to get the story for this done today, but that's going to be entirely based upon RNG. We need these two fates to spawn, and then I assume we need the tower to spawn, so we can go do the tower. That is not one we need. But we may as well do it anyway, we're not waiting on pots anymore. We need the silver. Nasty Venn diagram, but we'd work for it to work. Night time, so the ghosts are going to be in the way. The ghosts are only level, I think they're 27, 28, so even if we aggro it, I don't think it's going to hurt us. Or at least kill us instantly. Someone is following someone else and they ran straight the way through. Excuse me. Has the rain stopped? Can I push the other windows open fully now? 13 seconds. There we go, more airflow. Tight. I don't trust that one. Still 2,600 from having this particular Phantom job maxed. Oh, we've committed to approaching from this side now, because it will take longer to teleport over to the other one. So we've not actually run past this place yet. safe. Safe one is that one. I don't get the feeling that that mount is from AAC second tier Savage. No imitation, this is not one we need. But it's also not one we've done before, we may as well. We might miss pots as a result. Pots are in 7 minutes, 2 minutes wait time, 5-minute battle. Should be North Pots. Chest that spawns over there, is that why everyone was checking it? There is. How close are we? 4 more. 1, 2, 3. Fine. 4. Companion outposts. Pick the stat to boost. Most outpost builds or more outpost builds mean bigger boosts. Currently given construction build rate. Oh, I see. Research experience. Stamina regen. Minor currency. I could use some more research experience. How long you got left? Ages. I shouldn't need to touch that again for the rest of the stream, I don't think. Pots. No, pots. Okay, northwest. Far northwest. East. Something west. God damn it. Another one I don't need. Make your mind up. Somewhere around the tree. Other side of the tree. It's not a gold, but it's better than... imbalanced diet. Better than nothing. Come on, game, I need 2 CEs specifically in the next 2 hours and the tower to spawn. And I need it in that order, please. Thank you. My head's in the sea anyway. We've started. Hour left in this instance. Oh god damn it, it's this one. We've done this one before. I thought this was further... Actually no, this one is the one we've done before. The one I'm thinking of is further north. kill them. There we go, full party. Okay, so it's based on whatever they consume. Onions. I'm gonna go 3 times. 1, 2, 3. That's me. Okay, get into the center. Give it a second. Ones it eats does matter. That's what it will fire in the order it's going to fire them. Although you have enough time to dodge them that it's not really an issue. Maybe. Gonna hit him with a harder attack. Okay, that's that one done. Dancer next. Poise of the Dancer, Tempted to Tango, Jitterbug, or an execution of an action depending on the effect granted. Oh shit. Again, not what I need. And from here I may as well run. Ahead of the competition. It is one I've not seen before, but it is not one I need. The instance is bleeding people. Sun's coming around. Just doing some manipulation to the curtains so that I can use them to direct the air from my fan out the window without allowing the sun to shine on the screens. Hydra, is it? Long enough. That's a lot of nonsense. Outflung, stay nearby. Nice bit of damage. Night Dawn is a snapshot one. Here until the light has been hit twice. Damn it. I trusted the other person who moved and assumed I had miscounted. Yeah, we still have 50 minutes left in this instance. I'm reluctant to leave the instance because there's every possibility that the second we leave we get... or because I've not seen them, I don't know if the fates are on a circular timer, effectively. So they very well could still spawn. Small, and then again, big. Now those ones will go up there. There's 16 people in the instance. This could be foolish, but we might be able to just nuke it. Again. We can get over there in a minute. This one's appalling behaviour. Be bad for that. I see, I see. We'll go once. There. Bang. They're swapping places, and they're swapping places. So you go first, and then that one over there goes bang. And you go next. And then you go bang. We've got another 40 minutes left in the instance. Not to see that in any way, shape or form. This one being really tiny. Far north. Oh god, that's going to put it somewhere in the Molten Streets, which is the worst place to navigate. Too many mobs, too many corners for them to hide behind. Off on northwest. It's going to put it... Well, at the very least, it could be a gold chest, given where it's sending me. You dare turn around. Something to the north, we're close. Immediately north. It's there, isn't it? And turn around, go top away, please. You absolutely are in range and will clobber me. There's only 3 people left in this instance. You are a ghost. Here it should be okay. seen this one before. It's not one we need, but... The one we need is the one in the middle. I have 30 minutes left in this instance. Just the two of us. What does this do? Increases evasion, grants quick step to self and nearby party members when executed. Increases damage dealt by 2%, so it's quick step. Deliver an attack of high potency, deliver an unexpected damage and freeze time. Delivers an unexpected damage to absorb a portion of the damage dealt as HP. And afflicts the target with paralysis. Oh, it's this one. This one's manageable. I'm still not entirely sure how you're supposed to tell which side that attack is going to come on. Because it looked like there was 4 rubies and it hit all 4 quadrants. Was one of these not real? I'm missing something to do with that attack. I can't see how it's defining which one's a which. Well, should be another hard attack. trust that you know which one's which. 'Cause I have no idea. I still don't know how you're supposed to read that. It encapsulates all the areas. All of the gems are identical. Cool. Okay. I do not know how that's supposed to be read. Okay, I'm the only one left in this instance and we have 20 minutes left. We're going to have to try another instance. And pray that the CE we need happens soon. By all three of them. tower is soon-ish, we have a problem. God damn it, there's tower. That doesn't help in the slightest. We have an hour and a quarter of the stream left. We're not going to get to the end of the story today unless we go over. It's really going to depend on whether or not that spawns. Let's think. We have heavyweight on Saturday. We're also going to try and get what's it called? Monster Hunter Wilds collab done. We need to do Final Echoes of Vana'diel. Next Saturday, we need to be doing 1 point. Sorry, not 1 point, 7 points. Or so we can do all of 7.2 the week after. Trying to do the entire Hildebrand next Thursday. So if we're going to find an odd time to do Tower, we'll have to find a place probably after Echoes, or the final part of Echoes Vana'diel. That's not going to take full time. Or just do whichever. Oh, continue this tomorrow in my own time, and then try and get that last CE if we don't get it tonight. Okay, we have good enough plan. Given how long that took, this is probably foolish. But if it is, it's fine. We've done ahead of the competition before. Covering your arse so thoroughly. Like would happen. Ah, damn it. If I hadn't done that, I reckon I could have still made it. Never mind. These markers are for the silver chests. If they are around. I assume that they're there for the chests. Yeah, looking at the position of some of them. This is definitely where we've seen those silver chests before. I'm going to mute the in-game music and put mine on. EMG, apply. Push that button, push that button. There we go. Oh, we did get out of that soon enough. I'm always slow on. That's so quiet. Did I accidentally... Huh. Maybe that track is just particularly quiet for some reason. I do have the volume down on it, deliberately. Shouldn't be that low. Maybe the game's just a lot louder than I thought it was. If there's no one coming here... When was... There was a message for Potts 22 minutes north, which would have been about 20 minutes ago. Okay, where are we going? Far northwest. This way again. Let's swing by sea then. We're level 30 now. Okay, appalling behaviour. We do need to do that for the soul crystal. Not here at the moment. Something north. That puts it here. We have some time to go around the houses. Please be a ghost. You look a ghost. Time left. And there's a bit of time left. Okay, you explode first and then you use your nets. YouTube channel on my desktop has been disconnecting me. It's not on the laptop. I don't know why. Music is definitely quieter than it should be, and I don't know why. Again. So you go first, then you. Okay. I'll investigate as to why the music is a little quieter than it should have been later. Because it's definitely quieter than it should be. At the volume that we have it at. Where are they gone? Oh, carrot. Stay here. Now head back there. Not the fate we want. There's no way we get to that, kill it, and then get to that. Yes. Excellent. I need to spend my silver opal soon. 7,000. Oh wait, can go this way. here is the 3. Nah, ain't happening. It'll die about the second I get there. There it goes. I'm going to be doing this tomorrow anyway, so... Maybe not on a stream, but we will be doing it. So we'll have enough to buy a piece or two. Huh. Pick that device. Sound settings. Manage sound devices. No. Give me the control panel. Playback. Input 3, properties, level is at 100%. Well, that's fine. I don't know. It's definitely quieter than it should be. At least getting to my ears. I usually have it at 45% in VLC when I'm using it as background music, but it just sounds very, very quiet for some reason, and I don't know why. Everything else looks to be correctly configured. Explicitly okay, it's the number, I think. No, it can't just be the number, because they had 3 out of 3 for that one, maybe they had 3 as well, didn't it? Now this one sounds too loud. I still don't understand how that attack is working. I can't see a discernible difference between the sections. Yeah, there's 2 in this one. Maybe it literally is, there's 3 in there, there's 2 over there. So it's not the count. One that had 2 in it exploded and one that had 2 in it didn't. I am missing something obvious. I must be. slightly that way. Hot spawn. Yeah, we ain't getting popped in that case. This one. Least number of actual squares. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. And get that attack. There's a detail that I'm missing in it. I don't understand why one section doesn't explode. It looks like it circles all of them. It doesn't appear to be the number of tropic shards that are in it. Maybe it has something to do with the position of the boss. Or the attack it's using. There we go. Just like stay up front until let's get there again and then move into that one. That is one we haven't done before. It's not the one we need. Actually, have we done that one before? Worried away. Yes, we have done this one before. twice, you're going to do 3 tens. Where are they going? Oh, they're going to see whether or not that silver chest is over here. Can't get up there. Seems. Okay, I'll get one more fate in. Actually, no, we'll wait to see what the next CE is to spawn. And if it's the one we want, we'll keep going for a bit longer. And if it's not, which I'm assuming it's not going to be, then I'll end the stream a little early. And I will just have to continue tomorrow, which was the plan anyway. Get my dailies done. At least the 4 that we specifically need to do, and our beast tribes. It's like allied societies. Oh, god damn it. I should have just kept going. Fate spawned directly ahead of where we was. This is why I'm going to stop streaming for today. I wasn't in the right mind to begin with, so I was lucky we're not doing anything that requires too much attention. Bang, bang. How'd that one just melt? Never see so quiet. Have a popping off earlier. just off map. Huh? I could have seen myself getting winged by one of them. It didn't look like I got winged by multiple ones. Here doesn't degrade in here, so it's not that. Oh no. Yes, I got Venn diagrammed, I didn't realise it. Here until he hits. One twice. One. Two. I got winged by the inner circle. That is not the one we wanted. Okay, I'll leave it there for today. I will leave... I'll leave the group. I won't leave the instance just yet. Yeah, I'll leave it for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Saturday from 2 PM BST onwards. We'll be doing the Arcadian Heavyweight and working on the assumption that we have enough time after that. We'll be doing the Monster Hunter Wilds collab as well. That's my plans for Saturday. Next Tuesday, I want to get the third part of Echoes of Vana'diel done. And then we may come back to here if I've managed to unlock the Tower of Magic. That might be the plan for next Tuesday. Next Thursday, Hildebrand. Next Saturday, MSQ 7.4. And then next Tuesday, or the Tuesday after that, will be MSQ 7.5, 7.55, 7.556. And then possibly next Thursday, Beastmaster stuff, because I think that comes out in 7.56. We'll see. This is the tentative plan for the next couple of weeks. But anyway, thanks again for watching, hope you enjoyed the show, and hopefully we will see you next time. Cheerio.